Hello, Santos Alejandro. Catching you from start. Been wanting to watch your lives. Do you think it's good if I learn Zig instead of C? I just want to be. I just want to learn to be a better programmer. Um, I can give you. I don't know. Reasonable answer in terms of the trade-offs of learning Zig versus C. So, I think if you want like a simple answer, yeah, it's fine. But if you want to like get a better overview of some trade-offs, give me a sec. Let me start the stream. I need to go make some coffee and drink some coffee, and then first thing I'll do is answer your question. So stick around, or you know what? If you don't want to stick around, catch the recording, and I'll give you the answer. Give me. I don't need much time. Just 5 minutes is fine. Okay. So, let's do some like a bit of stream warm up before I start coding. I feel like I'm happy to chat and answer questions. Maybe I'll find something on YouTube. We haven't watched anything on YouTube in a while, and then I'm gonna start working after that. Man, this task is gonna be humongous. I don't want to raw dog it too hard. So let's see. So do you think it's good if I learn Zig instead of C? I would say yes. And my argument for the yes is that learning C, the reason why you want to learn C usually is not strictly because you want to learn C. Not in the same way that you might want to learn, I don't know, Ruby because you want to learn Ruby. Or maybe you want to learn Ruby also because you want to use certain libraries that exist in the Ruby ecosystem. But sometimes you want to learn a language because of the language. Usually when people say that they want to learn C, their reasoning is that they want to learn lower level programming. They want to have access to certain things that they don't get access to in high level programming languages. And C is usually the poster child for a language that gives you access to that kind of stuff. My argument is that, it more than a poster child, it's like the poster grandpa or something, because C is old, wrinkly, and full of complexity. In the ecosystem and annoyance and friction. Clone a C project. Like take a C library out there and try to build it. It's not like impossible, but it's not trivial, man. It's harder than it should be. And you make a mistake, segfault. That's all you get, like segfault, goodbye. Not all the time, but plenty of times, that's all you get. I don't know, there's a compile error because of some macro that didn't expand correctly. Yeah, good luck debugging that. There's a dependency, there's some shit that went wrong with the dependency with a configure step with CMake. Is like, debug that, good luck. You can do it. People who do that professionally obviously can navigate that ecosystem. But the point is that the ecosystem is very complicated, and it's not what you would say call quote unquote inherent complexity, in the sense that it really, really, really doesn't have to be that complicated. It's just that a ton of accidents of history happen one after the other. Well, to be fair, it's not like people are born knowing how to do things. And I wasn't born knowing how to do things either. And like, if it had to be me to come up with the entire ecosystem, I'm not claiming that I would necessarily be able to do a better job. But overall, we are now in a position in 2024 where we can say, yeah, this shit didn't have to be like this. So if you use Zig, you basically sidestep almost all these problems. And the nice thing is that you learn Zig, you get access to low-level stuff just like you do with C, but also whenever you do need to learn some C-specific thing, you can do that. It's like opt-in. You learn this stuff as you need. So occasionally you will need maybe to learn a little bit of CMake because there's a dependency that you want to use that uses CMake. And so you learn what, like, you have the luxury now where you don't have to learn a bunch of CMake just to get started. You already got started, and now it's just a matter of dealing with one dependency, so you can hack it around a little bit. You can decide to just create a build script for that stuff, or you decide that, that dependency overall wasn't worth it. Maybe it's just easier for you to use another one or write the damn thing yourself from scratch. So also maybe ask somebody else to do the build script stuff for you, which is what we do with all your code base. So long story short, I personally believe that there is nothing that you lose, almost nothing that you lose, by going Zig instead of C. And ultimately, it's a shorter path to learning pretty much all the same things that you would learn by going C first. One caveat, of course, is if you want to work in an industry where everybody uses C, learning Zig will help, but it's not going to be the same as learning C if C is the thing that you should do, the language that you should primarily use. Now, you didn't phrase the question in that way, but just to put things in perspective, Zig is a new language, is unstable. You'll be able to find C jobs. Well, not a ton, but some C jobs are out there. Zig jobs, there are some, but fewer than C jobs. So it's more of a risky move. So if you want like a return of investment, like tomorrow, from a job seeking perspective, Zig is not going to be the better choice. But from a learning perspective, like as you said, if you want to learn to be a better programmer, in my opinion, Zig beats C hands down. Yeah. So, man, I think I want to drink a second cup of coffee after I'm done with this one. So my work for today is going to be implementing new stuff in my templating language. Match around function, comment it out. I know how I want to design certain things. And so I need to do some parser work to change how my parsers work, and and do all the grunt work necessary to have something new. So for the people, if somebody watching is in the know of what's going on with Super HTML, what I'm trying to do, so right now you can do this. You can do div loop equals whatever $page dot sub pages. So you can do this, and in here you can do something like this. This prints the title of every sub page. Great. Sometimes you want to do more complicated stuff, and so you want what I have right now is a incomplete implementation of CTX. It basically allows you to say, I'll take an expression. So for example, loop.it.title. Actually, never mind the fact that $loop is not available to you here yet, but let's imagine that it is. So then that allows you to do this basically. CTX is loop IT title, and then you can do CTX. But in real world examples, I realized that having just a CTX variable that you can use is not good enough. Definitely not good enough. And so what I want to add is this, basically. A CTX element that basically allows you to do this. Instead of doing this stuff like this, you do title, and here you access title with ctx.title. So that's how it should work. So the idea is, basically we bind variables to names, and the names are collectively accessible under the $CTX name. And you can have multiple CTXs, like you can nest them. I think that's kind of what I want to do. let's see. Not learning for professional stuff. I do industrial automation, which means PLC and HMI coding. PLC, yeah, PLC. And they'll all use closed source IDEs and languages, but I wanted to make things from scratch. Oh, yeah, I can believe that. I have a friend who works in also industrial automation, and he showed me some of the proprietary tools that they have to use because they and they only have like precompiled stuff because that's what they got from the vendor, and yeah, it's tough. Personally, I believe that for you trying to get like a direct handle over the tech stack has the potential of being hugely beneficial for you. Again, I cannot speak for the specifics of your industry. I can only make parallels with my understanding of my friend's situation in Germany. He works in Germany in industrial automation, and so but within those limits, the stuff that he has to do is horrible, and obviously trying to take control over the technological stack is not going to be a short trip. It's not like you learn some C and now 5 months from now you're going to revolutionize everything. It's not going to work like that. But if you keep at it over time and you find ways of staying motivated, like you basically enjoy the process, it's kind of like, I don't know, going to the gym, I guess, or something. Never really went to the gym much, so I can't really speak for that from first-hand experience. But if you keep at it for long enough, I think at some point you will reach critical mass, and then you will be able to, at the very least, make your own life better. So yeah, this is the syntax that I'm going for. Zig user. Hello. How's it going? It's going. I want to implement CTX tags. That's going to be today's job. So this starts by so the idea of CTX is that it is actually a very normal element. Maybe we should also start prefixing all these things with either S dash SCTX. SH, super HTML. Man, these prefixes are crap. You can put a $sign, but putting $signs, I think, starts making things confusing with regards to what is inside an expression versus what is outside. Z for Zine. SH, S, $sign dash. These prefixes are horrible, man. I hate this. That's so annoying. I guess we can solve this another moment, another time. Let's start by implementing this thing. So for the HTML parser, nothing really changes. For the super HTML parser, what we want to do is recognize CTX as a special kind of node because it has different semantics. We know that when we render it, we want to render it as, nothing, basically. Yeah. And after that, it's a matter of implementing support for it in the interpreter. But at that point, we also want to re-implement most of the logic in the interpreter. So there's going to be this. You know what? Let's add another to do before it. This also opens the door to something like ctx var equals something. We could even introduce like something like ctx-var. But then this would be an attribute without name, then like which we could do. I mean, why not? But and the I guess the advantage would be that you can make this a void tag, so you gain something, but not much, honestly. Or it could be out. The problem is that adding too many tags seems a bad idea. We already have extend super ctx. We're gonna need one for snippets, so we're gonna need snippet. Snip component. Well, in any case, okay, let's do some work, and then I'm gonna get another cup of coffee, and that's gonna be my. You know what? Maybe we can make the cup of coffee my. It's gonna be my reward if I will complete the first to do. So implement CTX nodes. Grab coffee as a reward. Okay, so how do we do this? We do this by going into the AST first. Tokenizer doesn't have to change. HTML AST doesn't have to change. Super HTML AST does have to change. Also, yeah, we want to change a bunch of things. So, for example, this concept that an element can have a var, can have a ctx, and have an if var, an if, blah 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 blah. I'm not sure I want this. I'm not sure what the rules should be, honestly. One thing that I do know, though, is that I want to remove CTX as a thing. So everything that has CTX in it is coming with me. We'll decide what to do with the other stuff. But for now, anything CTX is not a thing anymore. Is this var or ctx? If this is ctx, I'm nuking the entire thing now. This is just var. This is ctx. So this is what I implemented recently. Yeah, this is all coming with me. Oh, okay, fine. So I guess what we want to do is add a ctx type of node, but also at the same time, do we want to keep all these distinctions? Element var, element if var, element else var, loop var in loop. Some of these are useful to have, I guess. For example, if we only have an element because it has an ID, like if we have a node, we keep our node around only because it has an ID, then yeah, there's nothing to script there. So we actually even don't really care all that much, actually. But for the other ones, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Also, these branching stuff being mutually exclusive as it is. More like that. I think what we care about is, does the parent do any of these things? And I think I originally like merged them together because I felt clever doing the squash booleans into a compound enum thing. But also, it seemed like a good idea to have these things be mutually exclusive, and it's not as much of an idea. If it doesn't feel as much of a good idea anymore. Also, inline loop. If you're implementing CDX, inline stuff is going. It's saying goodbye. Wait, inline loop, super block, unreachable. Yeah, goodbye inline loop. So inline loop doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, the idea is even to allow these things to have more than one if they want to. I also probably need a different operator for an if that unwraps optionals. Like if you, maybe. I wish there was a nice short way. Maybe somebody in chat has ideas about this. So the idea is, right now we have the if attribute that can use both with booleans and with optionals. So you can do something like this, for example. You can do span var equals page.title. But we actually want to print page.title only if $page.title equal banana or something, for example. So this is a boolean, and the boolean determines what we do next, and that's fine. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is like to do span if, for example, let's say $page.next. You know what? Let's make this an anchor, maybe. Or a div. Yeah, let's make it a div, and then as an anchor contains href equals $if.link. Var equals $if.title. Basically, this is the idea here is this if is unwrapping an optional, and inside of if we are storing the unwrapped value if it is present. If the value is null, then this is like it's a falsy if, and so the body doesn't get rendered. I think it's unfortunate that these are the same operator. It should not be the same operator. It should be two different operators, so that one could more easily visually tell when when we are unwrapping an optional versus when it's a boolean if. I think that would be beneficial. So I don't know if opt unwrap opt maybe. I don't know. Opt if optive. Maybe. Also, this should probably have a question mark in it, because it produces an optional. If of branch br There's also an argument to be said about allowing you to name what it is that you are unwrapping, because using $if to obtain your payload, that's fine. Also, naming is not bad. Yeah, I don't know. There would be advantages also for Zine. I think if we were to distinguish between the two different kinds of if. That is unfortunate that we don't have that. Nothing crazy, but it wouldn't be bad. But in any case, root extend super CTX, I guess. So CTX now is a different type of node. Yeah, I feel like the best move is to stop having a ton of enums for this stuff, because we want to make everything more nuanced. And then what we say is that, yeah, it's root. It can be a root, extend, super, ctx, block, super block, or element. And then we test them for what it is that they have. And maybe we keep counters so that we can easily answer the question of, well, does this thing have scripted attributes? And the answer is yes, no. Does it have scripted ifs? And the answer can be yes, no. I think that's how it should be. That's going to be That's going to be interesting. So for example, this now needs to be different. This also needs to be different, like answering these questions of whether a node can have branching or other stuff. That's going to be more complicated. And also, this is not something you can ask of this enum anymore. Now the idea is that you ask these questions of a node role, root extend block. Well, I mean, that's what kind is now. It's the naked thing. Has ID. Yeah, like has ID. That's a good question to ask. But of the main node. Yeah, and there is some work in front of us. Ooh. Let's also bring this up. Also, yeah, this idea of keeping around these scripted attributes. Yeah, no. Maybe this ID template parent ID is not a bad idea. This is a good idea. This is a bad idea. This might be a good idea only for var, which we probably should also rename to out. And then scripted attributes span. Yeah, no, this goes away. This definitely goes away. This guy, I think it's a good idea to keep around. Although, how do we distinguish them? Well, I guess we can check the name or the type of the kind that we're in. The kind tells us what it is. So we can actually keep this as is, I think. That's fine. This, I think it's time we renaming out, I think. Either out or text, or we fork into text and HTML. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, so basically we add two different attributes. One for printing out escaped stuff versus printing out non-escaped stuff. Mm-hmm. And should they be mutually exclusive? Oh, that's an interesting question. Probably, yeah. You know what? Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then I'll continue. Just one sec. Okay, I'm back. So we were saying that now we want this to become text or HTML, right? So I think we can straight up do a nice rename here. Hopefully. We'll see. Although the fact that this is a scripted attribute is kind of weird because attribute code on a skip slice keeps around as a string what evaluated to. Like, what the fuck is this shit, man? Get the scripted attribute shit out of here. I don't know what it is. I don't care anymore. This is just an attribute. ID. So the idea is we want to get the ID attribute of this element. Like, I really think that this is the one thing that is worth keeping around. If an element has an ID and you keep a reference to it because it's just a good idea. That's it. Everything else, I don't know, doesn't seem as important. So how do we know that this is an ID? Previously we're calling has ID. Oh, I see. That actually means that we can ask this question. The problem is we previously had an enum specific for when an element had an ID. And we had like variants of these things with an ID. So no, you don't do this. We do a good old fashioned question mark, and we say that this stuff is null by default. Or alternatively, we could have the name be missing, or we could use the nullness of value. I mean, these attributes, in a valid thing, they all need to have a correct value, and that's and so we could use that as our. But you know what? That's complicated. Let's just add another value in here. That's fine for now. It's not going to be a ton of these things. That's an improvement that we can do in the future. Okay, I like this. I really like this. Okay, there's a ton of stuff that now needs to change though. Jesus. So ID attribute, ID value. So this was previously based on the idea that whether we were allowed to grab these values from given the type of element. Which, to be fair, in some cases we should, like for template and I think super block. Did we have a getter for parent ID? No, we didn't even have a getter for parent ID. We had one for template attribute and one for ID attribute. Okay. I guess this can return an optional, but it does assert, but it needs to assert that it has to assert a node of kind is what? Element. CTX cannot have an ID. Or if it does, it's not a real ID. Block can have it, so I guess we can do that on block. We can do that on super block, I think. And on element. Also, we can turn this assert into just an unreachable. Although keeping it in an assert kind of helps. Kind of helps explain that this is like a debug thing. Like it makes it more explicit. So, fine, I guess. So this is still optional because now an element can also not have an ID. We'll discover if an element has an ID by trying to grab it. I'm not sure this is good anymore. I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah, delete this. We'll see what happens. Template attribute, it's kind of like this one, except different. Now this is a extend. Only extend works here. Template value, let's assume that it's not that interesting anymore. This is not optional. Well, you know what? Maybe this could be valuable. I'll keep this one around a little bit longer. Or you know what? Let's comment it out so that we get a compile error when we're at usage sites. So, and then we evaluate based on what usage sites do. Branching attribute, loop value, if value, else attribute, var value. No, you guys go. That's not going to be a thing anymore. Branching output has ID. So has ID goes away. Output from non-var, now it's non-text HTML. How do we do these things? We could have some booleans, maybe? They keep track of this stuff. You know what? I guess the answer is it depends on usage patterns. So let's just get rid of these things, and then we're gonna have to re-implement something. I don't think that as things are, it's gonna be good enough. But we can re-implement really based on what it is that other things are doing. Super block. Assert kind is super. Grab the ID value. That also needs to be dot question mark. Element index, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's a shame that I call these things super blocks. Okay, so this stuff is mostly fine. If node kind has ID, debug internal needs to change though. Is this Rust? No, this is Zig. You can go to ziglang.org to learn more about Zig. How am I? I'm good, thank you. I'm rewriting stuff in my static site generator. So node kind has ID. Yeah, this is now very different. Its syntax is similar to Rust. Not really. I mean, The FN keyword is similar, yes. Everything else is similar in the sense that it's like, I don't know, C, C++, like most normal imperative languages. Like that's really it. Everything else is different, man. Like name something, name a construct that Zig and Rust share that other languages don't share. Is it common to have capitalized file names for Zig files? Only when the file itself is a struct. You can have in Zig files that are a struct at the top level. So normally you define a struct like this. You do const foo equals struct. And then in here you define fields. Like it could be, let's say that this is person, right? So this would be name. But then when you import this file, then you every time you have to do this const person. So this is another file. You do import person.zig dot person, right? But in Zig, you see this syntax right here in the body. You can put this at the top level, which is actually what you're seeing here. So when you have top level fields, this whole thing is implicitly a struct. This is an AST struct. And so people can import AST like this. They can do AST equals AST in another file. It's a minor thing. It's a bit surprising for people that have never seen anything like this. But yeah. Okay, I think we want has ID. And you know what? Maybe we make it non-pub. Let's keep it private for now. Let's see what happens. Because this is useful for debug, but I'm not sure it's useful for anything else. So I'm going to even sneak it in here. So we can now do node has ID. And if it has ID, we can do, but right, this was also like checking if it actually did have the ID. So fine. If it's one of these guys, so I guess for block and super block, it has to be true. So we do this. For these guys, we return true. And for this one, I guess we return an optional this. There you go. Okay, so this seems fine. Here, nothing else has to change. Scripted authors, we remove. Add child next cursor, fine. Children count, whatever. The init. Don't have scripted authors anymore. Constcast ampersand AST. Oh no. Oh, right. Now I remember what's going on here. That's fine. So this is fine. Does this really need to be on multiple lines? Yeah, it does. Okay, so this is all well and good. Let's look at the parser. Parser has scripted utters that we don't care about. Don't do this anymore. Let's go back to here for a moment. Okay. So these are HTML node types. So this is fine. We don't care about this stuff. This can all continue working as it did. Nothing has to change. Absolutely nothing has to change. Non-scripted authors. Template attribute. Puts it at the right place. But it tries to do stuff with the kind. Maybe. We start with an element, right? I think we always start with an attribute that is, with a node that is of type element by default. And then we transition it. So we see it has an extend name, so we turn it into an extend. If it's a block, this is an error, but we're going to let it through. Okay, I don't know what the reasoning is, but fine. Some validation, that is good. That is all fine. Find super, we move an element to super. If it's a block, we complain. Parent stuff. That's all fine as it is. Programming errors, roles. So the idea is we should not be getting here with, we should not be trying to analyze root, extend, super block, and super past this point. Agreed. We can turn this into an assert. Like an assert, kind of explains what the point of this is. Like at this point, you get that this is for catching programming errors because it's an assert. Okay. Oh, this is creating a scripted attributes span. Yeah. Nah, don't worry, man. It's fine. We are actually good, honestly. Keep looking at attributes. That's a good idea. If we find an ID, now here's the thing. Previously, we were storing basically inside the enum, we were storing whether we had seen an ID or not. So let's do this stuff here. Scene ID. And let's make those, we can make them booleans. We could make them, we can actually make them spans. Optional spans. Although, now that I think about it, what am I doing? we don't care about this. We know that we don't have duplicated attributes. If we did have duplicated attributes, we wouldn't be here. That's already an error in the construction of the HTML AST. This original code, this code was implemented before I had my own HTML parser, and I did have like duplicate attribute detection in here. But now, it's like, I don't give a shit anymore because that's not really a thing. So I don't care. What I do care is, yeah. Oh, we found an ID. I don't care. No need to transition. I do care if it's missing an attribute value, because I think for HTML, having an ID without a value is actually not necessarily wrong, but it is for me. So I'll keep this around. Then what do we do? We're trying to find a $sign. Right, because we want to detect if this thing has like scripted IDs or whatnot. Okay, and then we try to put stuff in Zine IDs. That's a good idea, because we don't check that before, even though we should. Actually, collecting IDs is a mistake. Also in HTML. You know what? Let's put a to-do here. To-do. This is actually something that should be checked in the HTML AST construction phase. Yep. Okay, so we do this. Zine ID utter. Oh, we do keep information if something had an ID or not. Okay, so that's fine. So okay, so then we continue here. If built-in mode is debug and there's a debug node, attribute, found debug attribute, print some debug information, and then we abort. Interesting. I remember using this stuff at some point, but for now, let's turn it off. I don't care about it. var doesn't exist anymore. Now it's either text or HTML. Let's do text first. Text. Triage this error message. Yeah, I don't know, man. Weird thing here. No, thank you. We're good. We do want to avoid people having multiple text or HTML attributes, though. Like, we do care about the uniqueness of these guys, right? I believe so. I would believe that text and HTML are, well, mutually exclusive, and duplicates are bad. Oh, okay, duplicates are already caught, but mutual exclusion is important. So let's keep track of that stuff. So let's do this. Var as text HTML utter equals false. And so here we found a text. Let's complain if it already had something. So let's copy some complaint code and say, if has text HTML utter, append to errors, duplicate. Well, we can turn this into text and HTML are mutually exclusive. Beautiful error message, huh? Error name. But I mean, it works. It's explicit. And we can do utter.name.span. That works. The name has a span in it, right? Oh, name is a span. Well, no, never mind then. Utter.name. So this error doesn't exist. Let's plop it in here. Okay, so we got the error going. Otherwise, we do as text HTML utter equals true. We should probably point at where the other one is, but you know what? That's an improvement that we can do in the future. Then we try to grab its code. Otherwise, we complain that it's missing attribute value. Yep, that works for me. Type check the expression. I would argue that if code length greater than 0 and user scalar is null, oh, this is like index of scalar. I mean, having a dollar sign somewhere is not enough. It should start with the dollar sign. Oh well. Unscripted var. This needs to be unscripted. Let's call it unscripted utter. So unscripted extend also needs to turn into unscripted utter. Super template extend. Unexpected extend. Extend without template utter. Blah blah blah. Oh, we weren't even using it. Okay, great. So so text, we do this thing, and then temporary result HTML text attribute. Oh, I see why we're keeping around the code, because we were unescaping it. But I'm starting to think that we shouldn't unescape things at all. Yeah. Well, in any case, now it's just an attribute, so attribute it is. Okay, do the same now for var, for HTML. It's actually the same thing. Or you know what? It's so much the same thing that we might even put a or in here. Yeah, if it's one of the two, boom. That works. That absolutely works. If yeah, so now there is no there's no transition like this, and we have to decide what does it mean to have more than one if in one attribute. Do we in one element? Do we want to allow this? Should you be allowed to chain the ifs? It's not a bad idea. It's kind of like it offers a natural split. There is a well-defined sorting order. You go left to right. Have to pass the first if, has to pass the second if, has to pass the third if. And yeah, and that's it. So that seems fine to me. There is a question to be had, though, about its interaction with loops. Like, if you have this, so you have if equals dollar foo. Let's do page.draft. Then you have if dollar, I don't know, something else. This is, I mean, this is fine. You can assume it's not explicitated, like there's no explicit mention of the fact that these are basically and one and then the other, but at the same time, you can expect that they act like barriers, and you have to pass one barrier, and then you have to pass the second barrier, etc., etc. Now, what makes these things weird is when you want to do something like div loop equals $page.subpages, and then you want to do if. This seems, on one hand, this seems so fucking natural, but on the other, this is so problematic, because the reality is that normally we don't evaluate attributes multiple times, like class equals something, or like, let's say that this is scripted. Something like this, site tags, page tags. So when you have a loop, the outer element gets printed only once. It's the body that gets repeated. So no, allowing if and loops, if you can have more than one if, that's fine. Maybe you can have even more than one loop if you want. That could actually also be fine. Weird, because you would need constructs that allow you to build that kind of logic, like that kind of chaining, and it's not that easy, but it is doable. It is definitely doable. So the idea of having multiple of those, we can allow that, but they have to be mutually exclusive. It's either loops or it's either ifs. They are mutually exclusive. So I guess that's what we want to qualify. It's either if or loop. And I guess we can group them together thanks to that. I mean, most of the validation is actually the same exact fucking same for everything. Ooh, there's also else. I never implemented else. Or did I? Actually, I did implement else at some point. I forgot how to use it. I'm not even sure else is implemented. Like, it's implemented some, and I don't even remember if it's in the interpreter. How was else supposed to work? Else was supposed to be an element that you put, I think, in the body of a looping div, or even of an if, and that's what gets printed if everything else doesn't work. Yeah. It's kind of a weird thing. I probably need a better. I probably need to port the Software Economic website to observe something like that. Okay. In any case, yeah, let's add a loop here. This also was forcing these certain things to have a certain position. Yeah, no, we don't really care about that anymore, I think. Yeah, we totally don't. So has, you know what, has, let's rename this to has utter, like that, and this is has utter loop if loop. Okay. If it's not the last attribute we complain, no, we don't complain anymore. Look at the code. Try to put it inside if's elf loop. No. To do type check the expression, implement an escape. There's a lot of checking that we don't have in here. We should have this, I think. Also, where's my missing attribute value? Man, we really want also all of these. Okay, you know what? I'm copying everything over. Yeah, okay, so we had some of this. Okay. Else. Oh shit. Yeah, else. Yeah, else is totally not implemented. Now that you think about it, I know where it would have to be implemented. So basically, whenever a if statement turns out to be false, we would have to look into the body of the current element and see if we can find an else. The good news is that it could be a shallow search. I think oh, we can't rename doesn't work. Easy less. So oh fuck. Oh, if else loop. Interesting. So yeah, these things are mutually exclusive. If something is well, are they actually? Not really. Not necessarily so. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, they're not. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have an else that contains a loop inside of itself. Yeah, that could totally be it. So it needs to have a value. Yes. It should be the first thing. Yes. It should not be mutually exclusive with the others. Loop we already did, so we don't need to redo it. I don't think that we are doing anything particularly smart with this code here. In any case, so it can go. I might have done something bad though. Wait a second. Normal attributes. Oh yeah, I was deleting way too much. Okay. The only downside of Zig is the ecosystem, which is still very small, and most of it is alpha or beta stage. Fair. Although I would argue that the C ecosystem, as big as it might be, how can I say? Well, it's available to you from Zig. So you can access the entirety of the C/C++ ecosystem. The C++ ecosystem is not going to be super nice to access because you need C bindings. So there's some friction there. Fair. But anything that has a C ABI, you can access it. And conversely, accessing a lot of the C ecosystem is not very malleable. Like, you can access it maybe, but it's clunky as fuck. Like, I don't know, get a C dependency, try to build it, and it works sometimes on some machines, depending on what the time of the day is. So yeah, in Zig you don't have as much breadth of everything as you have in C. And you have to do some work to get the C stuff running in Zig. But guess what? You need to do some work also to get the same stuff working from C. And the funny thing is that it's actually easier to use C libraries from Zig than it is to use them from C, for a variety of reasons. Starting from the build system to defer, for example. You can the defer with C APIs. So like, you can defer, you have like a function that frees resources. You can defer calling that C function, and it just works. Have to use the same code, like write the same code in C, you don't have defer, and now you have to do goto or whatever the fuck people do in C to clean up stuff. So normal attribute, we look at the value, we look at the $sign, and this makes us pump scripted attributes. Now, we don't want to do this, but what we do want to do is definitely keep track of the fact that we have seen a scripted attribute. Hey, Marco Bruno Dev, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. So, for all the people joining from the raid, well, I guess first question is, what were you guys doing on the other stream? What language were you guys working with? What was the subject of the stream? So I can do I can calibrate my introduction based on the answer to that question. In the meantime, I am going to make a new variable for myself. Have a good dinner. Okay, so with this, we keep in mind if we've seen scripted utters count. That's interesting. But yeah, we were checking for this stuff. Like, if it doesn't have any other machinery, and it doesn't have scripted attributes, and even if it has an ID, we don't care. Interesting. Okay, so we don't keep around elements with only an ID. They also have to. He usually does JS. I see. We also needed this other thing. Okay. So there's apparently there's an ad in progress. So let's wait for the ad to finish. This should be done in 60 seconds for people who had to enjoy the ad. There is a defer in C. Oh God! Underscore attribute parenthesis underscore cleanup underscore parenthesis clean underscore fn. Well, okay, the function thing. Closing parenthesis. I would say it's so elegant. I have never seen a more elegant syntax in my life. I would say that this is not also really the same as defer, because with defer, or Actually, I take this back. No, you're right. This is the same as defer. But what about R defer? So there is no... so with this, I guess, I would assume that you call a function and then, or you create a variable of a given type or whatever it is that you can annotate with the syntax. And then at the end of the scope, the clean function is being called. And so that gives you defer semantics, fine. But then you don't have error defer, like R defer, the one that runs only when there's an error, because on success, you want to actually return that resource. That one, which I would argue is even more important, that one is not, you can't implement it with this stuff, I would believe. I'm sure that there is a delicious macro somewhere that implements a janky-ass version of what I've described of RDefer with a ton of downsides. In any case, so for the people watching then, if you guys were doing JavaScript, so here's what I'm doing. I'm writing a static site generator written in Zig. I'm doing everything from scratch. It's very, I'm really doing all the work like bottom up. It's working. I'm now refactoring and changing the semantics of how the templating language works a little bit, which makes me, which is making me tweak the AST, the parser, and I will have to tweak also the interpreter afterwards. But this is nice because it's like a polish pass on a core templating engine that I've been using for a while. And I've used it enough that now I started having opinions on my original, on my first design. And yeah, and now basically I'm appreciating things that I feel like work really well. And I'm starting to get annoyed at things that I don't think work nearly as well anymore. I thought they were a good idea when I first implemented this, but now after getting some first-hand experience, I'm changing my mind a little bit. What can you do? Such is life. So what am I doing more precisely? I have a templating language that doesn't use curly braces. So if you're familiar with Jinja, handlebars, mustache, the Go templating language, it's nothing like Jekyll. It's nothing, or whatever it is, the thing that Jekyll uses. It's nothing like that. My templating language is a superset of HTML. So you write correct HTML, and some attributes have semantic meaning. So for example, this is a loop attribute, and the consequence of a loop attribute is that the body gets copy-pasted in a sense, it gets evaluated multiple times and duplicated by the number of, once for every iteration. If instead toggles the content of a node, of an element. So if evaluates to false, no body. If it's to true, yes body. There's more nuance. There's more like intricacies here and there, but that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm implementing CTX, which is a element that is something that allows you to wrap a series of HTML elements into a container element, but it doesn't render itself as a container element. It kind of like CTX kind of like disappears when rendering. So the utility for it is in situations where, for example, imagine that you're rendering a table and you want to have like subsections in a table. So you have a table, but then you have like 2 rows that represent a section of that table. And that's usually done by having cells that span multiple rows. So maybe you have like one very chunky boy cell and then some other rows that are next to it. You know what? I can just show you the example of what we... It's basically this kind of stuff. This is one table, and there's sections like this. This is just one use case, but I think it's one use case that shows very clearly why you need that kind of stuff. The problem is that HTML, which is a delight, it's clearly one of the most delightful designs ever, doesn't give you any freaking way of subdividing the table in sections using HTML. You can only render that visually through CSS, but at the same time, when you're writing the code to render this table, the fact that it's subdivided in sections kind of means that you want to have like, these are like 4 different loops. It depends on how you implement it, but as a first approximation, you kind of want to render this table chunk by chunk, but you cannot put elements between TRs, between table rows. You can't wrap table rows in divs, or rather, I guess you can, but if you do, then you're, I'm going to say, like the browser will recover from that shit, but you're not supposed to do it. And one of the tenets of my templating language is that it should help you write correct HTML. So CTX is something that I'm implementing precisely because this use case has shown me that we really need something like that. So that's what I'm implementing. If you're interested in more info about the static site generator, you can go to zinessg.io. I believe it's in the title of this stream. And I guess you can read there. I also have a language server for HTML because I've written an HTML parser, and turns out that you don't get diagnostics from wrong HTML from any language server. I've implemented the first ever language server that gives you diagnostics for HTML. I don't know how. I don't know. It's not like I've been doing something amazing. I'm just surprised that somehow nobody else has stumbled upon this need before. Considering that HTML is the most used document language on the planet, which is insane. Like open VS Code, write a duplicated attribute, and nothing is gonna complain about it. I do complain about it. Can you imagine? And you can get like a VS Code extension. So you can get the LSP, and use it with whatever editor you want. But there's also a VS Code extension. 38 installs, as you can see, it's a big hit. This stuff is still, very early, very work in progress. So, yeah, but we are making progress. So in any case, the work that I'm doing right now has nothing to do with the LSP. The LSP and the HTML parsing happens before where we are now. Now we are at the point. So the LSP can give you LSP diagnostics for normal HTML files and also for templated HTML files. In normal HTML, it understands that it should, disable the weird rules of my templating language and just do normal HTML reasoning. While when you have a .s-HTML, that's the file extension that I use for my super HTML templates, then it toggles on all the extra checks. And that's what I'm messing around with right now. Let's see, even Zig's normal defer is much nicer. Oh yeah, for sure. The specify function has no CTX. This is, oh god, yeah, this is an attribute of a decal. The function is only called with a pointer to the var of this decal. Man, you know what? Could be worse. Could also be better, man. Holy shit, could it be better? Like a pointer to the decal. Huh. Let's see. It's true that we can use C libraries, but I'm a mature coder, and I tried multiple times to get a GUI working, but failed. I didn't manage to get copy working, which is a native Zig library. Wait, were you posting on Zigit about this stuff? In case you were not, you might be interested in taking a look at DVUI. DVUI is an immediate GUI type of, GUI library. It's written all in Zig. And yeah, it's pretty nice. It also works in WebAssembly, so you can test it, in the browser. Yeah. So it's DVUI from David Vanderson. Check it out. Okay. So element ID doesn't exist anymore. So this can be if tmp result what kind element if not has utter if loop, and not, whoops, and not has utter text HTML, and not has utter scripted, return null. There you go. What do components look like in Super? I don't have components implemented yet. Keep in mind that Super is a static site generator, so it doesn't have runtime stuff. So don't compare it immediately with something like React, Vue, and company. That said, I'm just pointing this out as a disclaimer. It is still reasonable to think of certain things as components, also in a static site generator. The way it would work, I don't know what the nomenclature is going to be, but the idea is basically the ability to say something like snippet equals, I don't know, template equals, I don't know, YouTube.html, right? Let's imagine that this is like a YouTube iframe component. And then you can pass in like video ID equals, and then you obtain, let's imagine that we're looping over videos, then you can do loop.it. I don't know, video ID. And so you call this, and every time we see this, we then expand this snippet to, so inside of youtube.html, we have, I don't know, iframe. I actually don't know how iframe, what's inside iframe. So source equals, YouTube, I don't know, player.youtube.com, data equals, I don't remember, but you get the idea, right? Blah, blah, blah. And this gets put here at every loop. So that's how it's going to look like, roughly speaking. But yeah, partial views, snippets, components, that's the same basic idea. Inheritance is already implemented by using the keywords extend and super. You can read this stuff on the website. Snippets are actually simpler, I think. It's just that I haven't implemented them yet. So temp result kind element, blah, blah, blah. It needs to have at least one of these guys. If loop text HTML. That's perfect. Let's see, what is it doing here? If it's a block and it doesn't have an ID attribute, then we complain. Fine. Where is define this thing? This is defined very way, all the way up there. Honestly, do we really need it all the way up here? I don't think we even need. So let me put it down here next to my other friends. As utter ID. I think that actually this explanation is not even really needed. If it's block and doesn't have utter ID, we complain and return null. Otherwise, we can get a new node, set everything in there. We don't care about this, and we return it. Okay, validate node in 3. Oh man, all this validation has been disabled. We'll re-enable it eventually. This ID under loop stuff is good. But wait a second. Oh no. So while parent blah blah blah, and then we switch kind.branching. This stuff is complicated. Let's comment it out. Print interface as HTML, iterator, superblock. That's all fine. Print errors. That's fine. Interface formatter should be fine. Okay, so we should be mostly fine. Is DVUI the most actively developed GUI library for Zig? I am sorry, I have no idea. I cannot answer that question. I do know that it's fairly recent. It has made a bit of a splash. So I've seen a good amount of people being interested in it. And while I am not an expert when it comes to immediate UI GUIs, so I cannot speak firsthand for the level of innovation. One point that the library makes is about being able to not busy loop over refreshing when nothing is changing. And I think that people have found that to be a very interesting property of the library. So I don't have an answer to your last question, but I would say that given what I've observed, it is a library that I would expect to continue being developed, used, grow in popularity, grow in terms of functionality. I would expect it to not be, a one-off thing that somebody made and then it's left there to collect dust. No promises, obviously. You know how it is with open source, but it seemed serious enough. Validate node in 3. Now we have unused stuff. Okay. Has if loop local variable is never mutated. Oh yeah. So oh, this is interesting. So if loop cannot be a Boolean, if loop has to remember if it's if or loop that we have. Because if you have a loop, then you can have more loops. And if you have an if, you can have more ifs. But if you have an if, then you cannot have a loop. Okay, let me think if we maybe would want to complicate this a little bit more. So we definitely do not want to have ifs after the loop. But having an if before the loop is not necessarily wrong. Because you would evaluate them. Like those would basically be barriers that you have to pass before you get to the loop. And that's fine. I kind of feel like also for maximum clarity, like you kind of would need you would have the requirement that the loop is the last attribute. Hello, sorry for the noob question. But how do you comment and commit selected stuff in NeoVim? I don't know. I'm sure that you can, but I don't know how. I'm using Helix. In Helix, it's Control-C. So Control-C comments stuff in and out. And if you have multiple things selected, it comments multiple of them all at once. So NeoVim probably has some cursed combination of buttons to make the same thing happen. It's just not intuitive at all. Probably also faster though. I don't know how. It's pretty fast also in Helix, sorry. But I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow had a faster version of that. Let's see. Hazard or if loop? Do we want to give people the ability to put ifs before loop? G plus C if the text is selected in visual, and GCC if you want to comment the current line in normal mode. Not bad, but also weird. Like G, which is usually, well, no, it's not really usually go to it. To some degree, it is go, but also comment. Weird. My brain is too small for NeoVim or Vim in general. I'm sorry. I like G to be my go-to menu and only has go-to stuff in it. So how do we want to implement this stuff? This is a design problem that I'm struggling with right now, because having the idea that ifs and loops are mutually exclusive is not bad, but also having an if after a loop could be handy, but it's confusing. I'm not allowing this because you could consider the if as a form of filtering after the loop, and that's fine. But also, it's confusing because you don't evaluate these things. You don't evaluate attributes multiple times. Hey, Matthew, hello. Yeah, you just don't evaluate these things multiple times. It's fuck. This could be handy. Like, this could be handy, but it requires a big brain mental model of how everything works, and I don't think we should do it. Yeah, I don't think we should do it. No big brain stuff in templates. The whole point of templates is to prevent people from getting too big brain. Now, ifs before loop. Put the if in the loop. Yeah, that's actually basically what I will require people to do. If you want to, filter what happens in the iteration, then you will have to do something like this. So the idea is, well, let's put this stuff on a single line. You'll have to do something like this. I don't know, like CTX. I don't know, like loop.idx.idx.is even. And then only when it's even, we do, we print, I don't know, loop.it dot something. Yeah, it would be cool that if you could put this stuff after the loop, like basically inline this if check in here. The problem is that it gets confusing a lot when it comes to how this stuff interacts with the evaluation model of other attributes. So yeah, ifs before loop. Ifs before loop. Ifs before loop are not bad. I don't know anything about what we're talking about. What we're talking about is a templating language for HTML. So, it's probably not that, maybe it's a little bit weird to look at the first time. But if you think about it, it's like it's normal HTML, except some attributes have meaning for the templating language, and they apply side effects. So, for example, here, this div has an if attribute. The if attribute is not like a passive attribute that gets printed out for the browser to enjoy. Instead, it gets evaluated, and what it decides it basically toggles the body of this element. If the if is false, we nuke the body. If the if evaluates to something true, then we do consider the body, and we in turn evaluate whatever is in there. So like if this page has a next page, then we print the next page, an anchor element like a link that contains this stuff. Also, this needs to be text. While loop, for example, instead, evaluates the body multiple times, once for every element in the loop. And that's the basic idea. It's like a parallel universe where JavaScript was never invented and may add a programming logic to HTML instead. Well, that's how web development used to be a lot about in the past. Nowadays, people tend to have this backend send you like data that then the JSON, data encoded as JSON that then the JavaScript reads and uses to manipulate the page. But you know, in the I don't know, good old times. Well, old times for sure. Good, not so sure. But in the old times, the browser would pre-render the HTML for you and just serve you the rendered HTML. To be fair, it's something that still happens. It's not like it has disappeared. But a static site generator, the idea of a static site generator is, since the content is static, you just render it once and then you deploy it as static pages. And you don't really need the JavaScript at that point. You don't need anything else. So you kind of want to have this stuff or something like this to obtain pre-rendered HTML. And by the way, this stuff is pretty good for blogs. If you have a blog, so if you have a blog and you deploy it on WordPress, for example, there's this weird thing where your website, like you write a blog post, once a month? Maybe, not even that, probably. And then, so that one time a month where you write a blog post, you could render your website, including the new post that you wrote, and deploy it as pre-rendered HTML pages and not have any logic run whenever people navigate your website. But with WordPress, you have this funny thing where everything is inside a database, and every time somebody comes and looks at your website, there's a web server that has to fetch the data from the database and then on the fly render the web page and give it to the client. And then your blog gets on Hacker News and everybody clicks it all at once, and your thing dies completely. And also you have to pay for the hosting cost. Like, obviously it's not free to have a database, right? Or a web server, or maybe you can get this stuff for free, but then if you get it from a free service, then it's going to be shared with a ton of other people, so it's not going to be particularly fast. And ultimately, it's like you don't need that. Like, if you had complicated stuff that need state logic that needed to run every time somebody requests a page, then fine. Like your Twitter or Facebook, or I don't know, you have a shopping cart. Okay, but if you don't have any of that, like you never needed that. So that's what static site generators do. And if you're interested in this stuff, I would say take a look at Zine, the one that I'm making. But if you want an example of another one that is fairly popular, check out Hugo. The website is Go Hugo, I guess. So that's a framework for building websites, as they say. It's a static site generator. So the way it works is, well, you know what? I'll show you the docs for Zine, not Hugo. Hugo stinks. But the idea is you write your content, your blog posts in Markdown files. You have a file structure that is designed to mirror the site structure that you want to obtain. So like if you want to have an about page, if you want to have like samplesite.com/about, then you put inside of content about.md. If you want to have like, I don't know, blog posts, you create a blog directory and then in there you put markdown files, one for each post, that kind of stuff. And you have this kind of file structure. And then basically the site generator turns all this stuff into HTML. Using your HTML templates so that your stuff gets styled according to your desires. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, these things could all very well be the freaking same, man. Each and every single one of them. I have a website now, but it's one static page and it's hosted by GitHub for free. Yeah. If I expand, I might have to check this out. Yeah, for sure. By the way, the like recommended way of deploying this stuff is on GitHub pages. So the idea is that you since the result of building your website is static pages, they can totally go on GitHub pages for free. And there's like GitHub Actions workflow that you can use to automate this process. So like this site here, by the way, guess where Zine SSG.io is hosted? It's hosted on GitHub. It's a GitHub pages thing. And basically CI runs the build every time I push changes, it runs the build, deploys everything to GitHub pages. It's nice because GitHub gives you all this stuff. Like you don't have to, how can I say, do a lot of work yourself, because you have to, you create a file. This one, it comes from GitHub, and that copies the repo in the CI machine. This one gets you Zig. This one gets you runs Zig build that's the thing that builds your website. And then there's another one. This one is not from GitHub, apparently. Oh, I thought it was from GitHub. But in any case, there's this other action that deploys everything on GitHub pages. So like, yeah, you don't have to do anything. If you could have this build as a part of like CI/CD thing, that would be sick. Oh yeah, totally. That's what it is. It's very sweet. If you read the documentation on zinessg.io, there's an explanation here on how to do deploying on GitHub pages, and it's not very complicated. Okay, so these are. I want to simplify this stuff even more, maybe. Although, so ID has this. This is for scripted ID attributes. Okay, so there is a bunch of extra logic for ID. Okay. Yeah, I think we can simplify this stuff a lot. So we try to get a special attribute, but if it turns out that it's not any of these special attributes, then we go in here, which means it's a normal attribute. So we do this stuff and then we continue. Then we got here, it means that we did have a special attribute, so we can switch. And we can say if it's an ID, we do ID specific stuff. Like forcing it to have a value. No, that's not ID specific. Everybody needs to have a value. But so we can put it here. So the value is always available to us at this point. That's nice. So we can do this stuff. Let's see. This is like all the evaluation. Perfect. So here we're doing the ID specific stuff. And then what about the other ones? So what do we do for if, loop, text, and HTML? Wait, isn't Zig statically typed? It is. Where are you seeing stuff that doesn't look statically typed to you? Keep in mind that Zig has a type system that is a lot more sophisticated than what C has. So there's stuff like, for example, here, I'm not writing down the type of this expression of this variable because it gets inferred. So it is static, but whenever the type system can infer trivially what the type of an expression should be, I don't have to write it down. So where in C you would write the type first, right? Here you would write, I can tell you that this thing is a string. So I guess in C that would be a char star. Instead, we first prioritize writing const or var, depending on whether the variable is supposed to be mutable or not. What's nice is also that, like, if you write var, it also complains. Local variable is never mutated. So it basically means that, like, Zig it annoys you if you make something mutable, but then you don't mutate it. Not everybody loves this feature. In any case, so I don't write down the type because ZLS doesn't know how to go to definition here, but span returns you a, sorry, not span. What were we doing here? We're doing span slice. So yeah, you do span. When you get a span and you code slice, slice gives you this guy. So yeah. None of this var nonsense. What do you mean? You don't like the language annoying you if you don't mutate a variable that you mark as mutable? It also complains about unused vars. Const foo equals banana. And then you don't use foo. The Zig is not happy with you. It is annoying. It is annoying when you're writing code. But you know when it's very nice? When you're reading code. When you're reading somebody else's code, you know that they don't have unused variables. I don't like not being able to tell the language what the variable is. Oh, I mean, sorry. Yeah, you can do that if you want. So you can do it. What did I do wrong? What do you hide me? Oh, because it's missing this. So you can do that. You can add colon and then type. Sometimes you have to do that. So it's not types are completely disappearing, but they're not strictly necessary. So when you want to have them, you can have them. When you feel like you don't need them, then you can omit them. Yeah, it might be something that you might need to get used to. Like I can see having always types be visible to you being something that you might like to have and find annoying not to have. There's also tooling like LSPs that can add type annotations, not in the source code, but like as information that you can see visually that is not part of the source code. Here I'm using like a terminal text editor that doesn't have a ton of flexibility, but in something like VS Code, yeah, I don't have this stuff enabled, but you could have basically, let's see, here maybe you write this here, but then the LSP shows here like a tiny piece of text that tells you what the type of this thing is, using the same syntax that you would use when writing. Why is string type written as const u8 and not u8? Because normally when you write a string literal, so when you write a string as a piece of text hard-coded in the language in the source code within quotes, this string that you can you can bind to a variable, this thing is not mutable. You cannot mutate it. You cannot do foo 5 or sorry, it's smaller. Foo 2 equals b. That doesn't work. The reason why this doesn't work is because these strings, so string literals, again, strings are coded in the source code, are immutable because they get, first of all, they get deduplicated. So if you write banana in 10 different places, you don't end up with 10 copies of banana in your executable. They all get deduplicated and you only get one banana. And at that point, first of all, the data gets copied, it gets moved into a section of the executable that cannot be modified normally. So attempting to write to that pointer immediately causes the OS to Sudoku your executable, your process. And but even if you did, then you end up with the funny problem of you have 10 different copies of banana in your source code, but then one gets modified, and since they were all deduplicated, then all the bananas got changed. And that's probably something that would be a unwanted surprise most of the time. So for this reason, strings default to being not modifiable. You can get a modifiable string, but that is not usually the I don't know what to call it, like the flavor of string that you want to move around, usually. Okay, so this handles my IDs. Let's do the other ones. So text. For text and HTML, we want to check for their uniqueness. No problem. And I think we can delete everything else. For if and loop, we want to do something else. For if, we want to check that. So first of all, has utter if sets to true. We don't care if there are other ifs because we allow them. They are in C# with var garbage now. I think that C# had the type inference, has had type inference for a while now. I think I last used C# 7 years ago. No, it cannot be that long. Let's say 5 years ago. Although keep in mind that for C# it's different because for them var might imply type inference, but for Zig it's not exactly the same. In Zig, var just means mutable, and const means immutable. Type inference, it's like always there in a sense. It's like built into the language. It's not something that you opt into by replacing the type with var. Yeah, keep in mind that's I guess the key point. The key point is that in our case, types never go before the variable name. Types always go after. So you can omit them, but what goes before the name is the mutable mutability qualifier. Yeah. Well, you know what? I won't comment on the absence of or presence of types every single time. I leave that to taste, but I will tell you one thing. Types after variable names is superior to types before variable name. Like int foo versus foo int equals, I don't know, 42. I'll take this. Oops. I'll take this every day of the week over this. This good, bad. That's my that's my take. uh, uh, uh. In the case of Zig, there's another reason why it is beneficial to sometimes omit types, and that has to do with metaprogramming. In Zig, you can use certain kinds of metaprogramming that you can think of something like macros, but not exactly macros. And sometimes the same piece of code gets used for different types, and so you omit the type, and it implicitly changes based on the metaprogramming conditions. In any case, just stating a fact, it probably doesn't sound super sexy the way I described it. I would say you need to try it eventually to get a feel of how you like it or not. So we were saying if we care about toggling it, and we also care about it not having loops. No ifs after loop. What a beautiful error name. So we're saying blah 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 blah. We do anything special for if and loop after that? Oh yeah, we save. Oh, this is HTML text, right? We were saying we were saving HTML text when we encountered it, but we don't save if. Okay, and with this we're left with else that has weird rules, and then we have the normal validation stuff that I guess we can do for every one of those guys the same. So like this then goes here after the switch. Test the code. I think this curly is wrong. Or not. Maybe that curly is not wrong after all. With this, we can delete this stuff, I think. So there only else remains as a weird thing to worry about. Let me double check that what I'm doing makes sense syntax-wise. So here we have the ID thing. Here we have text. Here we have if. These closes the switch. We do this after the switch. Also, let's remove all these comments. I'm researching things to the point where the old stuff, even if it's lost, it's fine. So this if closes here. What is this curly brace closing? I don't think unreachable else because there's a continue. I see. Yeah, we don't do any of this. We do have to move else to its own state. Let's see. Also know that infer types can be helpful by being more specific. For example, you think a string literal hello world has a type slice, but it's actually constant pointer to, yeah, to a 13 element array. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think the point is, like, for example, this is a good benefit to have. Probably not super giga useful in the general sense, but sometimes is, comes in clutch. 99 times out of 100, you don't care. One time out of 100, boom, comes in clutch. You wouldn't be able to obtain what you wanted otherwise, and it's like saves the day. Sure, you can write the type if you want, and that's true. But it's also true that by using Zig, you're opting into an ecosystem where the programming style is not to define explicitly the type everywhere. So I would say that this is, while this is factually true, it is not an argument that solves the problem for somebody who does want to see types every single time. What's closer to a solution for somebody who does want to see types, being written down explicitly so that you don't get confused about what is the type of something? The closest thing is probably LSP support. So the LSP, I don't have it enabled. I actually don't even know why I don't have it enabled, because I could enable it, I think. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can get the good stuff. I do have inlay hints. Why do I not see them? Oh. Do I need to have something installed to have inlay type hints? I would expect this to come with Visual Studio Code, but is... Yeah, so by the way, this is the type of thing that I was mentioning. So the idea is that you can get this also in Zig, where you have a variable and the type is written for you by the language server. So you don't manage it manually, but it is always available to you. So I would say this is like... this to me seems more of a solution for somebody who has that preference than just saying, well, you can do that in your own code. And even then, obviously that also has its own limits in any case. So we were testing this code stuff for everybody, and now that leaves else. What does else have specific to it? It needs a value. Well, that's true of everybody else, but it also needs to be the first attribute. So we can put that specifically under else. The main downside of that is that ZLS will sometimes not know what's going on. True. VS Code can even compile code by itself. It's useless. You can tell... oh. That's another funny case where my thing also happens to be a keyword. Oh, I don't have else in here. Yeah, let's put else in here. And probably want to put this next to if and loop since it's related. Yeah. So we don't do any continue here. These are all mutually exclusive. For each one of those, we want to do this. And then, we reach the end. We might as well move this also above, honestly. There's no reason to delay this. Do it above and then do the attribute specific logic. Oh no, except for else. Else cannot have a value. Fuck. Else is special in that sense. Oh no. So I guess we deal with else separately first. So we do this, and then there is nothing else. Then here we do continue. Okay. Woof. So we have simplified this stuff dramatically. Has utter else. Now, has utter else. And I think we actually need to worry about has utter else in a few other places. So if blah, 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 else unreachable, what about loop? For loop, we want has utter loop to be true. And nothing else, actually. So this is fine like this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, then we need to implement all the watch stuff. Well, if you want to know who you should ping, it's probably Techatrix. That's who I would guess would be the one to tackle it. So loop has loop attribute, else unreachable because we did it before. So with this, we do all the attributes. And that is great. At the end of everything, we look at if it has an if it has a loop, if it has an else. Oh, right, else. So what is else incompatible with? Else has to be the first attribute. It can have loops afterwards. It can have ifs. Why not? It can print, of course. Yeah, I think everything else could be the same. So this all works. Yeah, you have to write a whole config file just to be able to compile your code. Yeah. But at the same time, if you have a simple project that is annoying because your project is trivial to compile, but when your project is complicated, there's like no alternative to it because, well, if a project is complicated enough, has dependencies, imports, stuff, blah, 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 all the complicated stuff, you have to somehow make the editor, you need to give the editor how to build your stuff. There's no escape from that. Does Zig generate debugging all the GDB symbols? All the GDB debugging symbols. Yeah, you can get debug symbols from Zig. Dwarf debug symbols, to be precise. So you can you can load a debug build of a Zig executable in GDB and you can see symbols. You can do that in LDB and you can see stuff. And it works. Same on Windows, I believe. So yeah. Oh, you know what? No, I'll keep this around. This is still valid. On Windows, it's PDB. Yeah. Okay, so this should work. Validate node in 3 does nothing because we commented everything out for now. That's fine. Printing everything. Okay, let's see what errors we got now. Kind unexpected extend. No field name unexpected extend. Oh, did I nuke it? Oh, this was not unscripted extend. It was unexpected extend. What's the next error? Expected type tokenizer.utter. Found option tokenize utter. Dot question mark. No field name late else. Yeah. Else must be first utter. Next error, no field or member function role. You're right. What are we doing here? Where are we? Oh, we're complaining that if something is a block, so these guys are unreachable. Block. Yeah. Switch must handle all possibilities. There's also CTX, I guess, that we're not handling. Well, you know what? Let's simplify these. There you go. Same thing here, I guess. What is it? Interface and block mode. Init. That's block mode. I guess CTX acts as an element in this context. So we leave it there. It's a block ID value. So we don't have a ID value anymore. We do have ID. Okay, I get why we had ID value, because the idea is, yeah, you can... for a block, we expect an ID value to be there. Maybe we should rename this. Like, this should be block ID. And that asserts that we're looking at a block and we're trying to get its ID. So function block ID. Also, what did we do with the value? We are then still calling span slice on it. Okay, so this is a value after all. HTML.tokenizer matter.value. So we want to assert that this is a block. In this case, we don't even need the switch. It's overkill since it's just one case. So node dot ID template parent ID dot question mark dot value dot question mark. Next problem. ID value dot span. Are functions within functions possible? No. There is no syntax to define nested functions directly. You can do that with by defining an struct in the body of a function, and then inside there you can define another function. But in general, Zig doesn't like you to define a bunch of functions on the fly and pass around a bunch of callbacks. You can do it if you want. It's just not a style that is particularly encouraged. There was a proposal to allow this kind of stuff, but it fell from grace. Validate node in 3. This is just kind, not kind role anymore. Don't tell me. Now we need to worry about CTX as well. Oh, let's see. Now we have errors because our tests are failing. So what's happening is now ZLS is running all tests on save. Well, it was trying to run tests also before. It's just that it was getting compile errors. Now we're done with compile errors, and instead we're getting a test running failure. This is because, well, hopefully this thing hasn't changed dramatically. Mostly, I would expect the printing style to have changed, actually. I hope so. Oh, yeah. You know why? I know what changed. We don't write down anymore if this thing has an if, an ID, a loop, or whatnot. So I would expect this to be like this. Let's save. Let's see if I now pass this. Oh, I fixed the test. I fixed the test. Now we fail another test somewhere else. Oh, now we failed this test. Why? Oh, because previously the idea of having else if was an error. So this is an error. This is an error. This is an error. This now is not an error anymore. This is not an error anymore. This should be an error. So let's see if without scripting is an error, because it should. So this should be an error. This is not an error anymore. This is not an error anymore. This is an error. Did we fix this test case? No, we still failed this test case. 3 errors is not greater than 0? Are you joking, man? This is all kinds of fucked up. I guess we need to run the test ourselves. And of course, there's also these other tests that fail because the printing has changed slightly. But what is the problem with if else loop errors? Do we have filtering code? So somehow this is allowed. Because I don't have code that checks for it. I guess that's what I must have forgotten. So let's find the code where we deal with our friend else. Oh, we kind of lost. What was the other thing? Oh shit. Okay. So if utter.value different than null, errors.append, but I don't remember what is the thing. Else. Else must be first attribute. Late loop we don't have anymore. Loop must be first attribute. Do we use it? No. Loop no value. Else has else with value. I guess that's how we're gonna call it. There you go. Now this is an error, and I would expect the test to pass now. Great. Go to the build stuff, comment this stuff out so that we toggle back entire test suite. Okay, let's take a look at all the errors. This is now failing because we don't have all this stuff anymore. We could probably reintroduce some of this printing, but I guess it's fine for now. Another test. Okay, what is the problem here? Var errors. The problem is that, so this is an error. This is fine. Right, so this is an error because else is not first anymore. Yes, this is an if without value, so this is an error. Loop without value, this is an error. Duplicated var. Oh yeah, var doesn't mean anything anymore. Let's do, this is more like text/HTML errors. So this should all be wrong in their own way. And it seems that they are. So now we pass all tests. Okay, so we have successfully parsed the new way of doing attributes. We are not doing anything special for CTX nodes. So we need to recognize CTX nodes as special. We are not doing that. Let's add that code to recognize CTX nodes and tag them appropriately. It might probably not be a bad idea to eventually really return to the concept of writing down if an element has an ID, branching, an if, a loop, and maybe also var. I don't know. It might be useful. Previously, it seemed to be important because we were doing some memory tricks. And in general, we had this rigid structure of attributes. But now we want to be way more agile with attributes. So, you know what? I guess we'll discover if we need this stuff or not after we're done with this rewrite. Basically, that's how it's going to be. So this is recognizing the attribute name. Is it a special tag? Else if super. So that's it. CTX, what do we do with CTX? We just want to change the kind. So tmp result.kind equals .ctx. So we do that. We do allow loops on CTX. We do allow ifs the same way as every other node. Attributes have a different meaning though now. Yeah, attributes have a different meaning. So when you're in a CTX, all attributes in there need to be scripted, I believe. There is no point in having an attribute that is not scripted. I could allow it, but I think it could cause confusion. So let's be more restrictive, and then we can relax this constraint in the future. So when we're looking at attributes, and we're looking at normal attributes, oh, can you put else on a CTX? God damn it. Yeah, you should be able to. Totally. So if you're looking at normal attributes, and we are inside a CTX, else, if the attribute is not scripted, or it doesn't have a value, I think also ID. Maybe we shouldn't even allow ID on a CTX attribute. It's kind of very overloaded. Definitely we don't want to... Yeah, you know what? Whatever. Let's do the thing where if it's a CTX, then we complain. all CTX attributes must be scripted. Okay. I don't understand the semantics of try Zig not having exceptions. Errors in Zig are tagged unions. Well, result return values. Is there a catch? Yes, there is a catch keyword. Result values in Zig, the result values that can be errors are unions. They're like tagged unions. There's just a special syntax for this stuff. So in a sense, it's kind of like your return value. So when a function foo returns, for example, I don't know, error or usize, this function can return either an error or a number. And this syntax with a bang is kind of like an alternative way of saying const result equals union enum error case that contains an error code, or okay that contains a usize. That's kind of what it is. And then the idea is that whenever you obtain you call foo, then you need to unwrap. You need to discriminate between whether you are in the error case or in the okay case. But since errors are like special constructs in the language and like special machinery around them in the language, there's a special syntax, and you use try. You can use try and catch to unwrap errors to do the thing. Like in Rust, yes, kind of like in Rust. I would say very similar to Rust, with one key difference. Errors cannot have payloads in Zig. You have error codes, or rather, you have errors as like it's like an enum. So you can have error dot out of memory. You can have error dot file not found. But then they don't have a payload in them. If you want error payloads, you have to do it in a different way, because error payloads are something that people want and abuse all the time. That's the reality of it from my perspective. So I think that we did everything in here now, and I think we're all set up for the only like question mark that remains is what to do with IDs inside of CTX. But setting that aside, I think we are all ready to go change the interpreter code. So this is an X. Oops. I can grab coffee as a reward. Too bad, payloads are useful. No, they're not. They're convenient. They're not useful. But I suppose there's a question of compatibility with C. No, the error unions in Zig are not compatible with C in any case. The choice is deliberate, and the point is that, sure, sometimes when you're returning an error, you need some context. But the way you collect that context, it is beneficial oftentimes to be collected through different methods that are less convenient than error payloads, but more effective. For example, there is this library called clap. Clap is a command line argument parser. So, you know, it's kind of cute. You define your CLI stuff by writing the help menu. Well, this is like not unique to Zig. Obviously, this already existed before Zig, but the Zig implementation is kind of cute. So you define your help menu this way, and the library at comp time parses your your text and uses it to create a bunch of struct definitions that match/mirror your the flags that you your definitions. Then here's how it works. You call clap.parse, and that parses the arguments. And if it fails, it returns an error. The error is just an error code, so it doesn't tell you much more than that. But if you want more info about, if you want diagnostics about what went wrong, then you have the option of allocating you some memory. In the caller has the option of allocating some memory and passing down a pointer to that memory to the parser. And that way, the parser, having this pointer set to a value, then can fill it out and give you more, diagnostic information that you can use to report the errors. What is good about this? Why is it nice to have these? Like, why go through these, do these extra steps? Well, the point is that you can toggle this stuff on and off on demand. So if you have error payloads, then what happens is that whenever an error happens, every single library starts pumping shit into the error payload unconditionally. While instead with the system, if you are in a situation where errors don't require diagnostics, then you don't pass down the diagnostics thing, and the library won't waste resources trying to pump error messages. That's kind of the idea. For example, in Go, you can see that every time something goes wrong in Go, everybody keeps pumping strings into an error message, and you start having these error messages that like grow like onions and like burp, 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 burp. And that's not even good error reporting design. Like, long story short, I strongly believe that the majority of software engineers have close to zero experience in what it means to design correctly unhappy paths, because they never do that. They usually, their job pays them to basically barely implement the happy path. And so everybody wants as much convenience as possible to implement the unhappy paths. But error payloads are not really conducive to correct implementations of unhappy paths. They are just, as I said, convenient so that you can spend the least amount of time on the unhappy path and have it kind of work. Where kind of work means that most of the time you present a stack trace to your user. Like, what the fuck is your user going to gain by seeing a stack trace? Because that's also what happens usually. Like the Go library that starts wrapping around error messages, it basically is like manually building a stack trace. I don't know. It's dumb. Shouldn't be this way. Sorry, I'm very strongly opinionated when it comes to this stuff. I see what you mean, but then you need the info. It can save your day. You can have the info, just not through error codes. By the way, you should look into error stack traces. Not error stack traces, sorry, error traces in Zig. In debug builds, Zig keeps information of how your errors bubble up. And whenever an error gets moved around and passes to a function frame, in a sense, that gets saved into a error trace. So having an error bubble up to the top level in a debug build shows you the stack trace, so that you don't have to manually do printing of the context where that error happened. But again, that's a development tool, not a... it's a debugging tool, not a tool for making good software. What's the music today? It's medieval lofi. It's the medieval lofi radio. Uh, okay, you know what? It's getting to a point where instead of a coffee, maybe my reward should be getting a sandwich. I should get a sandwich, and then next is going into template, and it's time to implement these new implementation of the interpreter for real. Now things get serious. So yeah, this is element. Whew, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be really tough. Okay, let me get my sandwich maybe. What do we do in the meantime? Would be nice if we could watch something while I eat, maybe. Is there anything interesting on YouTube for us to watch? Like something funny, something funny about programming. I've been watching videos from JPH, who is working on a is it JHP? Oh, come on. Quake no, Doom. I think it's JPH. Okay, I feel like I'm having a stroke because I swear I did not dream that YouTube channel. It actually exists, and search is returning nothing. This is a little bit unsettling. Oh, JDH, thank you. Yeah, maybe we can watch a video from JDH. And by the way, it's not like I know anything. I just randomly stumbled upon this YouTube channel and seen a couple of videos. Oh, and now I realize. Now I did 1+1, and now I know who it is. I watched this guy try Zig Live. He's cool. Programming a multiplayer game from scratch in 7 days. Maybe we can watch that. Sorry, I gotta eat. That's I think the core of the problem here. Also, Art doesn't want to give me the tiny player here anymore. Maybe I should update it. Restart an update. Why not? Surely there's not going to be anything terrible that happens by updating the browser, right? I have... Yeah, totally. I want all the cookies. Live stream recording is not available. Okay. What's new? Fresh out the oven. Pixar Encanto. Dude, what's in the fucking changelog, man? Come on. Like, why is there everything? Where's the changelog? Ever tried explaining our search to a friend? No, and I won't. Next. See you on the internet. Well, resource center. Okay, thank you. That was great. Of course, it reset my chat link. Medieval Fluffy. It's this guy. Oh, wait, it locked me out. Oh, that's why I had the YouTube thing. Why did he log me out? Oh, my fucking god, man. Of course, it had to log me out. Like one browser update, everything goes to shit. Why wouldn't it? Simplify your sign in. With passkeys, you can now use your fingerprint, face, or screen lock to verify that it's really you. Okay. Can I have my normal stuff? Okay. Okay, so we have this. Did we gain our player back? No, we did. We still lost our player, so we haven't gained it back. That's unfortunate, I guess. Is this like a pop-out thing for some reason? Picture in picture disabled. Okay, so this is fine. YouTube.com, JDH. JDK. Oh no, that's horrible typo to make. Truly horrible. I guess we can watch this one. And yeah. Let me copy also the YouTube link again, so that we can have YouTube back when we need it. Okay, let me go fetch my sandwich and then I'll play the video. Okay, let's watch some JDH while... Oh, wait. Okay, wait. So first of all, bump up this volume. Lower this volume. Make this bigger like this. Okay. Oh no. Ah. Thank you, Brilliant. Wait, what? He went with that and not JSON RPC with HTTP style headers? What? That's an LSP joke. Mm. Nice assert macro. Delicious. I mean the macro. Okay. Oh, receive. Oh. Under one macro, of course. No time to write tests, but more than enough time to write fucking macros all the time, huh? These C programmers, man. Okay. Imagine the power of this guy if he didn't have to deal with insane C problems all the time. Like, had he made this thing in Zig, he wouldn't even have to figure out how to compile it for Linux, Windows, or whatever. But I mean, to each their own. He has tried Zig, so it's not like he doesn't know anything about Zig. He does. He tried it 5 months ago. But I guess he still prefers C. So such is life. Can't Zig CC course compile? Yes, it can. But if you write, but it doesn't automatically make C libraries become maximally portable. Some will still have trouble. Should I make a making a multiplayer game in 7 days with Zig video? If you want, Scott. Depending on how fancy you can make your game look, I guess people will be interested. But yeah, I think that you know what would be funny? Trying to make the same exact game that he made, except, you had to write the macros. Well, guess what? We don't have to write the macros. I'm joking, though. Not a good idea. Yeah, sorry, YouTube people. On YouTube, I don't have audio from this computer enabled. It's only on Twitch because YouTube likes to copyright strike me. So, sorry. I would say that in 7 days, it's like, but like to answer more seriously, I feel like that the 7 days thing is like kind of I don't know, cringy gimmick to some degree. You can't trust the person to actually only take 7 days because obviously the video will be heavily edited. And then, and so if something is an impressive, somebody maybe really does impressive work, then you can't really tell. The more the work is impressive, the more you should be suspicious about it actually being more than a week. And then at the same time, you have to grind to get everything into 7 days where you don't have a real reason to because it's a completely arbitrary deadline. So to me, 7 days seems, I don't know, a poor way of putting it. All things considered. Saying, yeah, I made a game in a limited amount of time, that makes sense. Like, it basically the idea is, yeah, I want to make this game and I want to make as much progress as I can fast. I wouldn't know how to word it in a better way, but in any case. I wonder what his day job is. I don't know. Maybe he makes enough money from YouTube and stuff. Or he has part-time work. Or he got a bunch of money from his parents. I don't know. When is async coming back to Zig? Async is currently in a limbo because some more design decisions have to be made about the language, the memory model, and related stuff. And until that happens, async is not going to be re-implemented. So the answer is it will take a while still. It is not guaranteed to happen. It is not guaranteed that async will come back to Zig. And if it does, it's going to be a while from now because before async, incremental compilation, self-hosted backends, and incremental, not self-hosted, like custom backends and incremental compilation are a much higher priority than async right now. much higher. Okay, so here's what I need to do. I have this eval function that does, as you can see, a bunch of stuff. And now I need to re-implement this bad boy. I want to implement a new version of it from scratch. And the new version should also implement, so coffee has become a sandwich. As I was saying, and this new function has also to allow for our new semantics that we want to add, and hopefully we can make it more straightforward. By the way, yesterday/last night, I basically rewrote the web server. It's multi-threaded now. It's also got hosting in an iframe working, no more JavaScript injection. Nice. However, I don't have the WebSocket and refreshing back in quite yet. That's the next task. Nice. So Scott, I don't know if you I don't know what your priorities are. One thing that I was thinking about the iframe stuff is that I don't know this for a fact. So if you can falsify my statement for a fact, that would be amazing. But I was thinking, I was worried that for some people, in some cases, iframes could be a problem. And so for me, it made sense to give people the ability to toggle off the iframe mode, like prefer the iframe, like have default to the iframe mode, but also give people the ability to toggle it off and switch back to the JavaScript injection mode, maybe, or maybe, or like a non-iframe mode. I don't know what your interest is in that regard, but something to think about. Because my worry is, what if somebody has a type of website that just doesn't work within an iframe? But at the same time, I know that iframes sometimes have issues, but I don't know if that can be a realistic problem in a static site generator. That's one thing. As for the rest, awesome to hear. Nice. Has anyone written like an Next.js? But in Zig it wasn't for front-end stuff. I don't believe so. Okay. So let's take a look at what's in a template. Template has its own allocator, name, path, source, AST, HTML AST. Wait, AST doesn't have an HTML AST inside of it? It doesn't. Okay, so we have an HTML AST. We have a print cursor. We have a print end. We have a role. Layout or template. Okay. We have a stack of evaluation frames. Oh man, I'm gonna dismantle all this shit. We have a stack. We have the top level if, top level loop, top level CTX. Template, value, context, eval frame. An eval frame. Oh man, it contained so much garbage. Jesus Christ. I'm nuking all of this. I know that I will have to reinvent probably a good chunk of this stuff, but I'm nuking all of it. You're all coming with me to hell. So none of this is a thing anymore. What it is that we keep around. I think that what we want to keep around at the template level is the scripty context that we want to keep mutating, and actually, no, I'm not even sure we want to keep mutating really the scripty context, but we need to keep around. We need to keep around for sure some kind of stack, but one for ifs, one for loops, and one for context. These are the three things we want to keep around. because there's nothing else that really survives. Oh, no, we also need to keep around information about at which point we are at evaluating the current node. So that we can interrupt evaluating a node and then resume in case of an interrupt. So if stack array list unmanaged of what? If stack, loop stack. And then I think CTX should be a hash map. And then we want information about the current node. Are you writing an HTML5 interpreter or what? Yes. I'm working on templating language. Well, I have the templating language working already. I'm adding stuff to it. I'm working on a static site generator. If you go to, it's in the title of this stream. If you go to zine-ssg.io, you can see what it is, what it does. And it has a templating language that I'm tweaking. And now I want to basically re-implement the main evaluation logic in my templating language to account for all the new stuff that I want to allow people to do. So we keep around all the ifs, all the loops. CTX is not a stack because CTX is a hash map that we keep mutating instead. And what else? Yeah, as I was saying, current node, right? Current node. Is it enough to keep around the attribute list? Like the attribute iterator? Probably as a starting point, it's enough. So okay, the if stack, I think it doesn't really need much. What it needs is maybe it needs a node ID to know when to pop it. So const if frame contains the value as a scripty. Oh, we have it defined below. So as a value. And then node IDX is a U32 for the node that it corresponds to. Probably might want to, I guess, define these things below here. Yeah. So this is the if frame. And it really doesn't need anything else past that, I think. Then the loop. The loop stack has loop frame, and the loop frame is more complicated because it definitely needs this stuff, I think, but it also needs something else probably, which is the like iteration, like the current value. So this should be like iterator, and then current is another value. Yeah, I don't think we really need much else. Except maybe print pointers. Yeah. Okay, and CTX instead, it's a string hash map that goes from, well, strings, okay, to what? To values. Do we even care about which node? No, we don't. That's perfect. I'm going to probably change some things slightly, but this is a good starting point. We need also current node. Now, let me think. Why do we care about current node? So we care about current node being resumable in case something happens, but also at the same time, let's assume that we don't have interrupts. We need to implement support for interrupts eventually, but let's assume that there are no interrupts. If there are no interrupts, why do we care about being able to resume this thing? Let me think. Would you keep the current node in the eval instead of the template itself? Well, no, the core point is the core point is not doing that so that we can return from this function as we are evaluating attributes. So we are not done evaluating all attributes of the current node yet. We evaluated some of them. For some reason, one forces us to return from this function. That's what the interrupt is. And so the idea is that then we can return to this function and resume from where we left off. Now, what would those interrupts be? Here's one example. Maybe we call into a scripty function, and scripty runs out of evaluation quota. So scripty runs out of evaluation quota, returns with a quota error. We, in theory, should be able to return then to the caller saying, look, scripty ran out of quota. The caller should be able to say, well, you know what, let's give scripty some more quota and let's resume evaluating. So it should then allow us to return in here, resume evaluating scripty, have this time everything go to completion potentially, and everything should continue working without breaking. Maybe. You know what? The thing is, the question is, do you want this to be a thing or not? You decide, I guess. Scripty has the concept of quotas and interrupts that can be triggered, and then evaluation can resume. So that is supported by Scripty. In our case, in Super HTML, supporting that, it's like, I guess it could be nice, but of course it also depends on the cost. It also depends on the cost of doing that. So yeah, I would agree that if we didn't have to do interrupts, then we could totally put the current evaluated node in here. Yeah, for sure. Let's do that maybe in the meantime. As I was saying, I guess the plan is to not account for interrupts yet. So let's just keep around these stacks of things that survive. Okay. So let's see how it works. Oh, there's a second problem though that we need to account for, which is the difference when we are evaluating the full template from start to finish versus when we are evaluating a single block. And depending of the state that we're in, we need to do the right thing. So actually, never mind. There's something else that activates blocks for us. And let me see how that looks like. Activate block, what does it do? Let's say that there is no branching, no var. What does it do? Oh, it calls activate block and then it calls eval. We should actually be able to see this somewhere. It's in VM. If the continuation is a super IDX, we call activate block. And then do we not loop? We do loop. Wait, is this loop only here? Oh, this is the loop where the loop ends. So yeah, we activate a new block and then we loop again and we call eval again. Yeah. So we could get into eval where the block has changed. So that means that we need to have the iterator. We need to inherit the iterator from template, quote unquote. I guess the problem is that this cursor kind of wants to be set sometimes by the virtual machine as we are being instructed to evaluate one block versus another. But then we have a second problem where we want to mess with the cursor whenever we are evaluating loops. Because when we are inside of a loop, we want to say, well, yeah, we kind of want to create a sub-cursor in a sense. So maybe we have a stack of cursors. I think that's also kind of what was going on with this loop stack. Like the loop stack was kind of telling us that we needed a special cursor for each one of those guys. But now I'm kind of losing that information. Well, you know what? I guess we'll face it when we encounter that problem. Okay. Let's say there is a cursor. So what we want to do when we enter in here as a starting point, I guess it's like do.next. We switch the node. If the node is a super node, Also, do we want to do this every time we enter here? Let me think about it for a moment. We actually don't want to do this. We want to be able to call cursor.current. Is there a cursor.current? There's next reset, not current. We want current, I think. But what if it's the conditions that make us return null is if c.depth is 0. There's also a thing the current IDX being 0, maybe. You need to unwrap the optional. Well, the thing is that in here, I'm starting to understand what I think we want to do. We probably want a stack of cursors, now that I think about it, really. It has to be loop somewhat, but not only. It is very intertwined with loop, but not only. And probably just pushing to a stack of cursors isn't just not a bad idea. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, now let me think. If we... Is this cursor, this usage pattern of whether you call next or current on the thing is driving me kind of nuts. Because I always implement them as next gives you the node, but that has some serious downsides as an API. Also, this cursor is not even giving you enter exit directions. Oh man, what a piece of garbage. Jesus Christ. What a fucking piece of garbage. Yeah, this cursor is not okay. This cursor is totally not okay. I need a cursor that can give me in and out. Well, guess what? We are making a new cursor. This is cursor 1 for now. It's going to be cursor. It's going to be cursor soon. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go nuclear. I don't think that it's going to be that bad. Skip children of current node. Skip children of current node. We still want to have these around. That's what we do whenever we have a if statement that we don't like. No, we don't want that. Let's keep around let's keep around depth. Let's keep around the AST. Let's keep around the current index. Yes. Let's keep around also the direction. Okay, when you init this guy, you specify a node, depth 0, current index is the current index, AST is the provided AST, the direction is enter. Should it be provided? No, the direction has to be enter. Okay, so then cursor to current returns not an optional node, but it returns an event. And the event is you know what? I look at Zine Super MD. Where's my cursor? Oh, don't tell me that I'm using. No, it's in Node. Really? I don't have a cursor thing? Wait, HTML. Oh, it's called iter. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, but it calls into the CMark iterator. Well, that's that's fair. I'll steal this though. We care about depth. Why do we care about depth? I don't think we care about depth actually. Not as good as I was hoping. Okay, this is fine. So this sets the IST, this sets the current. There's no depth. There is a IDX, yes. There's a direction. There's a node. There's a node. Oh, and next returns a Boolean to indicate whether we successfully moved forward or not, and it returns false whenever we don't move forward. Is that how this stuff works? Is that how the other one works? Next returns an optional. But I guess through the iterator, we can also grab the current one. There's also CMark event done. Oh, I see. There's a done event that we can use for optionalness. Okay, let's make an event optional then. Okay, no skip children of current node. Current returns c.cur. Next. Okay. And now we have to implement that logic. Okay, so how does this work? I guess it depends on our current direction. So if we are entering a node, okay, if you're entering a node, then we want to look at its first child. So when we're entering, then we say cur.node dot what? What's in a node? First child IDX. Please tell me there's something like a nice getter instead of AST. AST dot I don't know, first child or something. Oh man, I don't even remember what APIs I have at my disposal in here. Pub function. And I'm in the utter super block at child. Oh, there we go. Child gives us an optional. And we can call that on a node. Okay, we can do, we have a child and next. Oh, these are good. So we can do an enter. Equals asc.child of current node. That's c.ast. That gives us an optional node. So if we have it, I guess we can do it like this. If we have a child, then c dot current dot node equals ch, and c dot idx equals cur.node.first child idx. Direction remains the same. If there is no first children, then we want to go to, and we're entering this node. Then we need to exit this node. We try to enter, there is no children, there's no child, then we need to exit it. So this is actually better expressed like this, I think. What do you want? Oh. So we try to get the first child. And if we fail to get the first child, then it means that we want to exit the current node and we return that. If we succeed, then we set the child, we set the index, and we continue. Okay. If we're exiting a node, then we need to go to the next node. And I think in this case, we want a different style. I think we want to do the inverse of what we did above. I might be wrong, but let's see. If c.ast.next, show me what next it does, though. Rest. Try to find the next IDX. So if we find next, oh my god, n. So if we find the next node, then we want c.cur.node to be the next node. So the ADX, the direction is enter. And we return. But if we fail to find the next, then we need to go to the parent node. We need to exit the parent node. Okay, you know what? That also works with the other way of doing things. Do we have parent? We have child. We have next. We don't have parent. Do we have a pointer to the parent? Yeah, we do have. So there's no next. So then we have to find the parent. parent is C, AST, parent. And that also can fail. But if it fails, we just return null, although we need to set state first, unfortunately, because we need to support current. So, or else, c.cur equals null. If we do find the parent, then we are exiting the parent. So we don't change the direction. Parent index. And we return the current cursor. Oh no, this is shadowing stuff. Okay, now, so this should be actually it. This should be the entirety of it. What we're missing is exit conditions. Like I want to, I started a node and I want to end at that node. So we could, you could say that we could save the original index, and when we circle back to the original index, that's when we stop. Which means that we want to return the exit event on that guy, but then if we are called again, then we don't want to do anything anymore. So let's save that info. So we can say current AST and then start IDX 32. We save the start IDX. And we say that we're exiting. We're in the exit state. And if core dot, actually no, if c dot start IDX is the same as core dot IDX, then c.cur equals null. We're done. And we return null. Basically, we circle back all the way to the original node. And you guys can be deleted. Oh man, this has been this has been yeah, and we reset. And you know what? Reset should also accept a direction. And maybe even a start IDX. You know what? Let's well, you know what? Let's not even have reset. Like we just mutate the state manually, I guess. Or at least let's see what the usage pattern is for this stuff. So this is the full cursor code with entering and exiting events. Honestly, I expected this to be much worse. This is so delicious the way it's implemented right now. Huh. Okay, so this is our new cursor. Let's make good use of it. So what does this mean? This means that what we do when we enter in here is actually grabbing the current node. What's the current editor you're using? I'm using Helix. So we do want to unwrap stuff. It's not a while true anymore. So now it's going to be while. Do we still want to have a stack of cursors? Let me think. In reality, you cannot have super instead of a loop. I don't have checks for that right now enabled, but super is not meant to be used under loops. It's for like rigid extension of things. So maybe a stack of cursors is overkill. Maybe we just have a cursor that we get, but then we consume it fully. Let's go change that, for now at least. Okay, so while tpl dot cursor dot current gives us an event. Event contains a node, and it can be a super. So, for example, we have a super. We have to worry about entering and exiting. Although we could also decide to not have exit events for void nodes. Like we could look at a node and say, oh, if this is a void node, then we don't exit it. Technically, we do have to enter it, but we don't have to exit it. But for now, let's say that we do have both. So we switch ev.direction, and then we do enter, exit. So for example, in this case, for super, entering means that we want to return with this thing. Exiting, we should do nothing, but we do need to actually move things forward. So never mind, I did the work to remove stuff around this thing. But I actually don't want a body because I need to also move everything forward. So I need to do tpl.cursor.next. It also returns the event, but I guess I don't care. Okay, so with this, we'd move it forward. Maybe we could change next to be to do nothing, I guess, to be void. Probably not a bad idea, actually. In any case, we move state forward, do the super stuff, come back. Current is going to be now something else. Well, it's going to be the exit case of super, so we do nothing. Perfect. We find CTX. We switch ev.direction. On enter, we do certain things. On exit, we do other things. Element. On enter, we do certain things. On exit, we do certain things. Okay, so that's perfect. We need to worry about extend, for example. Although technically I believe that extend is unreachable. I believe that for us, it is impossible to reach an extend. Yeah. Oh, these guys are unreachable. All of them. Really? Root, yes. Extend, totally. Block, yes. Super block also? Hmm. Well, you know what? We can put them unreachable and then decide what to do if it turns out to be wrong. Root extend block is also false, but block should not be false technically. Although, no, now I get it. Block is false because we are like entering that block. Yes. Oh, I think I get it. The old cursor, since evaluation logic for a block is a little bit different. Okay, I get it. Let's do unreachable for now. This is not correct, but it's a good first approximation. So super is all done. Honestly, CTX and element. We have still. What do we have still? A root, extend, block, super, CTX. I would leave CTX basically for last, honestly. And maybe this should be functions even. Yeah, let's move element above in any case. Oh, although element probably have the most complicated shit of all of them. Oh, well. Okay. We're entering CTX. We have the node. We can now create an attribute iterator. Is it utters? How do you iterate attributes? Ooh, start tag iterator called on elem, which is the HTML element inside of a node. So a node has inside of it elem idx. We can do .elem. So it's element dot start tag iterator. Okay. It wants stuff. Source. TPL.source. Language. TPL.language. Oh, it doesn't have a language. Oh, AST has language probably. Or not. Oh, it's the HTML AST that probably has language. Dude, come on, don't let me down. Yeah. Okay, so for each attribute, we keep looping, and now we want to recognize one of the special attributes and deal with stuff like loops separately. So let's implement for now just normal attributes. Let's assume that every attribute is a normal attribute in a CTX as a simplification. So yeah, TPL CTX, try to get this attribute name. If we found it existing, then we need to complain, although should it be us complaining? Let me think. I like I like my panic. I like to put to do there. Okay, so now we would need to evaluate the attribute. Yeah, now we would need to evaluate the attribute, huh? Not only that, but also we would like to print everything up until the start of this thing, and then move the printing cursor past it because we don't want to print it as anything other than that. Hmm. How do we handle this originally? Up to utter. Write all up to utter. Yeah, something like this. So it's run the print cursor up until what do we have in node? We have not much. Okay, so we need the element. So from the print cursor to lm dot start, I guess. Oh, open is a span, and that's open dot start. Up to element, and we want to write everything up to this element. And then we want to set the print cursor past the end of this element. Well, past the end of the start tag. You know what? You can also move this to the end because it doesn't matter. So we can put it here, I think. Although we don't have this luxury, I think, in other cases. Oh no, maybe actually we do. Okay, so skip. Now we need to evaluate attributes. uh, eval utter. Perfect. Set context. Oh, it wants stuff though. It wants a script EVM. It wants a pointer to a script EVM and a pointer to a context. Okay. And then it also wants the code span, which is, well, okay, fair. Why is the script EVM not in the template? Why was it defined instantiated elsewhere? Also, same with the context. Hello. Any idea on how to check at comp time if something is a string? Sure. Do this. You can do something like this. This might be a little bit restrictive though, because sometimes somebody might be trying to pass something else for you as a string. And the length. What do you mean and the length? A slice bundles also the length. But I'm thinking that if somebody tries to pass you like a string literal, then the string literal won't be of this type. You need peer type resolution. Using peer type resolution. You know what? I'm actually curious. Let me try one thing. No, I don't even need STD. I need so this should actually fail. Yep, because the other type is slightly different. But what if I do this? Hmm. Oh, they both share null termination. I see. They both share null termination. In meta. Not anymore. Yeah, I guess you need to be a little bit more generic. Yeah. So what I would suggest is, now you know how you do it. I think here's how you do it. In your code. So let's say that this is a function, okay? In your function, you accept the value given to you as a parameter, as an any type thing. Well, to be fair, you could have something that accepts something as a slice, and then automatic coercion happens. And if this coercion fails, then you know that it's not the correct type. Now that I think about it, but so here's the point, right? The point is you have your function, generic function, and that one has to accept foo as an any type, and that's fine. Void. And then people have to call your stuff like this, right? They want to call your generic function. And in your generic function, let's say that you do this, and it doesn't matter. Void. Okay, so like this, yeah, foo can be whatever else. If you were to now pass foo to, let's say that this is called must be string. I don't know. If you now call must be string on foo, double declarations. Okay, you run this. It succeeds. Accepted type constituent found bool. So that one already fails like this. But a way for you to do the test and trigger peer type resolution correctly, you do const normal string, and then you do the peer stuff. So if these errors out in the type resolution, in the peer type resolution. Interesting. So in any case, this produces apparently this kind of error when somebody passes something that is horribly wrong. But if they pass you something that is a string, but also, of a very overly specific type, then this one works. And what's funny is that if we change this to be non-constituent, what happens now? Peer type resolution between, right, peer type resolution between a non-constant string and a constant string is a constant string. Yeah. Okay. And if you remove it here, now you get the compile error. And if we were to do this, and this, and this. Sorry, now I'm trying out weird stuff. Now we can place them must be string. But if I take this out, now this will work. Now this works. Huh. Okay, so long story short, you got a feel for the space of solutions that you have at your disposal. Now you decide how you want to inflict your metaprogramming on people. Okay. So this makes us enter CTX. This makes us exit CTX. So as we exit CTX, let's ignore the loop stuff for a moment. But what we want to do is repeat this in a sense. I actually want to repeat most of this logic, just a different flavor of it. So we want to start a new iterator for this element. We want to iterate everything. We want to grab the attribute name, but now we don't want to get output. We want to remove it. Although, no, we don't want to assert remove it. We want to pop it. Remove by pointer. Remove. Technically, I want like to get and remove. Something like this. Fetch. Remove. Removes a value from the map and returns the removed key value pair. Yeah. I want to fetch remove this because this gives me it gives me also the value to free. Something like this. I think I have to think about exactly what freeing the value means because I don't remember exactly how the rest of the memory stuff works. After that, we don't want to print... well, we want to take the cursor from wherever it is to the beginning of the closing tag. Oh, did I do the right thing up here? Let me see. From open to start, and we move it to... no. Open.end. And then we go from wherever it ended up being to close.start, and then we move it to close.end. Ah, this is beautiful. Man, this new structure is so much more easy to understand. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah. Again, this is a little bit simplistic still, not 100% implemented. Unused capture. Yeah, what the fuck am I supposed to be capturing here, man? Nothing. These are actually enums. They don't even have a payload. Yeah, I'll need to figure out how to get the parent ID. So the element now has more interesting logic. Oh, nice. Okay, approximating now the logic for element shouldn't be too horrible. Oh, I'm so happy with how this is turning out this is solving such a like big problem that was in my mind before, and really simplifying it a lot. Of course, I'm like skipping some of the complicated part, which will increase complexity afterwards. But it really seems much more manageable than with my previous approach. Okay, give me a second. I need to take a short potty break. I should also get myself also something to drink, and not like I need to hydrate myself, and I'll continue. So give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Let's implement normal elements, I guess. So what I'm thinking right now is that we could probably, as a form of like progressive improvement, we could start by just not evaluating ifs and loops. The problem is that, well, other things depend on ifs and loops then would be busted. Yeah. So yeah, we need to do some work, I guess. Yeah, let's just do it. So we enter the stuff. We want this. Do we want to do the? Do we want to do the attribute thing? It's probably not a bad idea. Let's go into AST and let's make some of this stuff public. So these are the block nodes. That's great. This thing, it is kind of deserving of being public. We put it inside node. Nah. Okay, if the attribute is not a special attribute, then we just evaluate it and we print it. Also, we need to move the cursor. Before we start looping, we need to move the cursor past the tag name. How does it work? What does the start tag iterator actually gives us? What's in a start tag iterator? Oh, we have a name span. This is beautiful. Yeah, we have a name span. So that's nice. So basically we print everything up to name span end. Plus a space, I guess. Yeah. The problem is we don't know yet though. Let me think. No, well, with this element, we know that we print stuff. It's just the body. We're not sure if we're gonna evaluate or not. This is the current situation. Yeah. So we do print everything up to the first attribute. Okay, so we move the printing forward. Then we start looping attributes. If the attribute is not a special attribute, then we just straight up evaluate and print it. Yeah, you know what? It's an temporary thing. We could straight up just print the attribute no matter what. It's not a special attribute. We print the attribute. Name and all. I don't see why not. Although for this attribute, we don't know if it has a value. Hmm. So let's see. We print the attribute. With this, we should be printing. Are we moving? So we're printing this here, but then we also need to move the end forward. So tpl dot print cursor equals also this is name.slice. This and also cursor has to be name.end. And here, if we do this, tpl.cursor value.span.end. Okay. This +1 for the name is actually wrong. So we print up to the name. Then when we find an attribute, well, you know what? We can make it a print. So yeah, we print the space, we print the name, we print the equal sign, we print the thingy. Okay, and with this we have printed this attribute. We ignore special attributes for now. Once we're done with the attributes, we need to print the closing thingy. Yeah. But it doesn't matter, I guess, because it's gonna happen automatically by printing the body, I guess. The next thing that prints is gonna print also that stuff. Unless it was a an if statement and we don't print the body. So we need to make sure that we print the closing diamond bracket. Let's do it. But also we need to keep track of where this stuff is in the code. So we can't just print a random closing thingy. Does this... so we also have end. I really like this end stuff. Does end include the closing thingy? It should, right? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter because we have access to this information, even if it's not in the iterator. No, the iterator probably does not contain that. Yeah, that makes sense. But in our case, what we do is we print... We finish printing the start tag. Write all just this. And then set tpl print cursor is lm dot start dot end. There we go. Delicious. Okay, now we're exiting. We're doing the popping stuff. It's fine. We'll figure it out. So if we're exiting from this node, regardless of what's happening, we need to print the close tag. So we need to print something like up to the close tag. if it's not a void tag. If it is a void tag, then we don't do this. If the kind is not void or self-closing. Oh, Jesus. Well, in this case, we do nothing. Technically, there's a bunch that are like that should be unreachable, like root doc type, comment, and text should be unreachable. Yeah, technically it's only element. Let's do this with an if. Perfect. So with this, we print the exit stuff. But we're not moving the cursor forward. We need to move the cursor forward. So this is moving the cursor forward. CTX. Um, okay, so this moves the cursor to the next thingy. We need to figure out where to get the parent ID, huh? Of the current super node. I think we can just call super block or something. Where's my super block? Do 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 do. Where's super block? No error right there. Yeah. Oh, well, we are given scripty VM and scripty thingy. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so this should be doing some work. Error writer is unused. Yes, it's okay for now. Oh, the other function now is all borked. Unused capture. Yeah, there's no capture, man. Now, there is no way this is not gonna bork terribly the first time we run this. So first of all, it doesn't implement everything, but there is no way this is not broken. I'm gonna try to run this once. I can already tell you all right away. I'm gonna run it once. It will not work, and then I'm gonna call it a day because I've done a lot of work. It's time for me to take a break. But I want to see it fail at least once. Now, actually, and you know what? I want to see this fail once. Yes, but also I want this to be. Oh, you know what? There's no CTX anywhere, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's try to build something with this, and let's watch it poop itself. Will it come back later on Discord? Yeah, I think so. Yes. Okay. Of course, compilers. Local constant shadows declaration of parent. Oh, god damn it, AST. What are we looking at? Okay, fine. Missing start to feel unmanaged. Oh. No field name stack. Oh, right. There's also VM handling code for templates that assumes the presence of a stack. Why did it assume that? Okay, let me just very briefly look at what's going on there. Discord templates. Let's take a look. Looks at templates. Starts from a template. Current stack pop. I don't remember what this stuff is supposed to do. Why is this popping from a stack? From the current template stack? Scene templates. Oh, I guess because they were all instantiated in a certain way? Like, out of curiosity, what if I comment this out? What happens now? We don't have template value. Okay. But I commented it out. Okay, and so now when we instantiate a template, things are more complicated. Things are more complicated. Insert template, load a template. Run internal. Blah, blah, blah. Super IDX and load layout. Oh, we never return end. We need to return end at some point. Load layout. Oh, this creates a template. Right, and a template now wants a cursor. It wants a cursor. Cursor 0. Another thing uses stack. Try and stop hand. Template 78. Yeah, there's so much more work to do. Oh, look, this is basically yeah, this is the equivalent of what I was doing here, basically. Yeah, there's more work. Okay, I'm going to continue some of this work on Discord and later at my leisure. So thank you all for hanging out. It's been a long stream, I know. And there has been a lot of work that hasn't seemingly produced anything, but this is going to be one of the last few big things coming to Zine for a while. So this is going to be nice once it's complete. So let me see if anybody seems to be streaming right now. Don't see any announcements. Oh, Sphero is streaming. Let's send people to Sphero.